F-35 Bravo, as VTOL aircraft, spotted by our friends in the United States Marine Corps. She actually just took part in Fleet Weeks down in Houston, as well as New Orleans.
And all the flight decks certified for replaced and ready for F-35s.
On top of our 11 carriers, this basically makes it a mini carrier, which is awesome.
Absolutely.
So 9 more mini carriers.
It's yes, sir. And then coming up here on our port side, we have the USS Nitsa, so DDG 94. So same exact flight as us, 2 Alpha DDG, Aegis Guided Missile Destroyer. Has been involved in a lot of different operations, including back in 2016, successfully attacked several radar sites that had been used to track and coordinate the USS Mason when they are transiting off of Yemen.
She was my first destroyer, sir. I was operations officer on board right after she came back.
Who was the skipper then?
Commander Kaler was the first captain, then it was Commander Cloud, then Commander Zoe Green.
Oh, wow.
In 3 years on board, sir. She's a fine ship. Not as good as this one.
You and Admiral Kaler can arm wrestle about that.
Yes, sir.
Webb is your counterpart, obviously, in the Pacific.
guys flipping it? Where are you guys going? Where are you going?
So we'll basically take it down. You won't be disembarking. You guys either at 8:30, which is your hard stop, or once we get down to the British ship down at the end of the line. But that's going to be before the Barrows Narrows Bridge, and then we'll turn around there. So we'll head back up to 88.
Oh, and then you guys go right back. Are you going to be up there before the culture come in?
We'll be up there, yes, sir. So as soon as we disembark, you guys will turn around, and then we'll be ahead of the tall ship at parade of sail, and then we'll go to 88 North.
Kind of a photographer's dream here.
Oh yeah. Yes, sir.
Plenty of material.
Just as Exo was mentioning, we kind of have two vessels here flanking us. On the port side here, we have a Spanish flat top Juan Carlos 1. So very capable platform, able to utilize helicopters as well as Harrier vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. We have a couple different Spanish vessels with us actually this weekend. To
Including the tall ship, the Calzano.
Yes, absolutely.
All their midshipmen. It's kind of like a Bark Eagle. All their midshipmen.
So that would be amazing to see.
Yes.
I have not seen it yet, so I'm very excited.
No,
to see it.
man. If they invite you on board for dinner, you need to come over here. I'm telling you, it's really, they put out a good spread.
Okay, wonderful. And then on our starboard side, actually, will be the Dutch oiler, the Den Helder. So she actually was just commissioned towards the end of last year. So this is really her first kind of major voyage, helping all of these international vessels cross the Atlantic, get here on time to celebrate with us. So pretty amazing.
So once we run around the flat top serve, we'll very quickly transition over to the side side.
Okay.
We'll consider at 0, 2, 6 and decimal 3.
Two whistles, aye.
Pretty good. 50-year-old ship.
you see the MQ-25 right in front of it?
One day we'll be flying those things.
See, their logistics wins wars, and having a great partner that has a logistics ship that capable helps us in that big Pacific. Come out routinely and help us refuel our ships.
And gentlemen, stand by for one whistle. One whistle. Whistles.
All right, like clockwork.
I will target.
Yeah.
Assisting us greatly in all of our ASW mission sets up in the North Atlantic. They've been an invaluable asset and a friend to us as far as tracking any patrols that are coming out of the North Atlantic, possibly coming out of the wider Atlantic area.
Help you out a lot with those Russian submarines.
Yes, sir.
And sir, Admiral, we have about 4 more minutes until we're going to flow you guys back down to the flight deck. We just slowed down to 3 knots, so if there's anything else up on the bridge of the pilot house, we got about 4 minutes, and then we'll flow you guys down.
Yeah, thanks for helping us out.
Thank you very much, sir. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. Excellent. Great job.
Thank you very much, sir. I greatly appreciate it.
Yes, sir. You know, Army Nine, sir. All day, every day.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate
Following you. You're the man with the camera.
All right, thank you.
Sir, I'll take you back out this way. All right.
All engines stop.
Yeah, I think I do.
I would change if you're going to change now, but we gotta bounce.
I mean, the only thing.
It's better for the camera. I don't know if it's faster, but it's better to not go through all the anyways. Already.
Yeah, I gotta disconnect myself. I'm gonna shut it off too.
39. Commander Walsh, Chief of Staff, he is speaking now, but he's not announcing the He's just somewhere he's going to get a shirt. Yes, ma'am.
Can you just keep some track? Yes.
riser platform.
How long are we up here? No more than 5. But I'd start spinning.
Look to the horizon, ladies and gentlemen. In just a minute, you'll see the iconic and world-famous flight demonstration team, the United States Navy Blue Angels. Right now, they are screaming up the Hudson River in their legendary 6-jet Delta formation. Be sure to note how rock-solid that flight path is. Following closely behind the Blues, we have a massive, roaring wall of sound. A 10-ship mixed formation showcasing the raw, tactical muscle of the United States Navy's carrier air wings. We have 8 FA-18 Super Hornets escorting 2 of the cutting-edge F-35C Lightning IIs. Breaking the tension now with the magnificent splash of color. Look up for the French Air and Space Force's elite aerobatic team, the Patrouille de France. These 9 Alpha jets are leaving trails of red, white, and blue smoke. What a beautiful display of Allied air power. Ladies and gentlemen, history is roaring to life over the Hudson right now. Look up to see the breathtaking commemorative Air Force in a stunning formation. Leading the pack are a legendary heavy bombers from World War II, the mighty B-29 Super Fortress, escorted by a sleek, snarling P-51 Mustang. The Osprey is an engineering marvel. It is the world's first production tilt-rotor aircraft, giving the Marines the high-speed, long-range performance of a turboprop airplane combined with the vertical takeoff capability of a helicopter. Coming in low and steady now, we have a pair of U.S. Navy C-2A Greyhounds. Notice that unique high-wing design and the distinctive four-finned tail configuration. These twin-engine turboprops might not have the flashy speed of a fighter, but they have served as the absolute lifeline for the fleet for many years. Right on the heels of the Greyhounds, block out the sun for two massive U.S. Marine Corps KC-130J Super Hercules transports. These four-engine tactical tankers are flying in a tight side-by-side formation, showcasing the incredible stability of this legendary aviation framework. The Herc has been in continuous production longer than any other military aircraft in history, but these modern Marine Corps versions are uniquely specialized. The K in KC-130 stands for tanker. And now for a very special debut. Looking to the south, we have a pair of sleek twin-engine turboprops flying by. These are the brand new U.S. Navy T-54A Marlin IIs, making one of their first major public appearances. This aircraft is the brand new backbone of the Navy's multi-engine training system, based on the commercial Beechcraft King Air 260. The T-54A is actively replacing the venerable T-44 Pegasus, which has been training naval aviators since the late 1970s. Up next, we welcome one of the newest members of the NATO alliance, Sweden. Hailing from the Swedish Air Force, this is their heavy lift champ, the C-130H, known locally in Sweden as the TP-84. Keep looking south, everyone. If you've ever wondered what absolute structural strength looks like, this is it. Flying by now is a Lockheed WP-3D Orion, operated by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, better known as the NOAA Hurricane Hunters. This massive four-engine turboprop is heavily modified and bristles with specialized weather radars, including that giant distinctive black dome sitting under the fuselage. Coming in next, we have a beautiful two-ship formation representing the lifesavers of the U.S. Coast Guard. Leading the pair is the long-range HC-130J Super Hercules, flanked closely by its medium-range counterpart, the HC-144B Ocean Sentry. Representing the humanitarian heart of our armed forces, they sport that unmistakable, high-visibility white, orange, and blue paint scheme. These aircraft are a beacon of hope for those in peril at sea. They watch over millions of square miles of ocean, embodying the uniquely American commitment to saving lives and enforcing the rule of law. Closing out our heavy transport and rescue block today, the sky is filled with a massive display of Air Force tactical power. Flying overhead in a tight side-by-side pass is a standard C-130J Super Hercules alongside its highly specialized brother, the HC-130J Combat King II. The HC-130J Combat King II is a legend as the Air Force's only dedicated fixed-wing personnel recovery platform. A powerful reminder of the American ethos, no man left behind. Flown by Air Combat Command, its primary, highly dangerous job is to sneak deep behind enemy lines at night to rescue downed pilots or isolated troops. Up next, beating the air into submission is an impressive 5-ship formation of U.S. Navy MH-60R Seahawks, known in the fleet as the Romeo. This helicopter, equipped for its primary mission of anti-submarine hunting, is the undisputed apex predator of the ocean surface. And here comes a flash of bright orange and white. Listen to the high-pitched hum of 4 U.S. Navy TH-73A Thrashers flying past in an immaculate diamond formation. This sleek helicopter is the advanced training platform for the next generation of Navy, Marine Corps, and Coast Guard helicopter pilots. Representing the Kingdom of Spain, we have an incredibly rare mixed 3-ship formation from the Spanish Air and Space Force. Look at this spectacular lineup. 2 nimble H-135 trainers From the deep drone of the maritime patrols, get ready for a sharp buzz as 4 U.S. Air Force T-6A Texan IIs cut through the airspace in flawless formation. Keep an eye for those vibrant blue and white markings. This single-engine turboprop is the very first aircraft every single aspiring Air Force and Navy fighter pilot straps into to learn the fundamentals of military flight. Swooping overhead now is a crisp formation of 4 U.S. Navy T-6 Texan II aircraft. Don't let the propellers fool you. This turboprop powerhouse is where every single Navy and Marine Corps pilot begins their journey to earning their wings of gold. Screaming in now are 4 U.S. Navy T-45 Goshawks. This sleek, single-engine orange and white jet is the final step for student aviators before they transition to tailhook aircraft that land on United States Navy aircraft carriers. The E-2D Advanced Hawkeye is the U.S. Navy's premier airborne early warning and battle management platform. Featuring a state-of-the-art APY-9 active electronically scanned array radar, this digital quarterback provides 360-degree long-range radar surveillance, tracks hundreds of air and surface targets simultaneously, and coordinates complex strike warfare deep into hostile territory. Did you know that the Hawkeye's distinctive rotating radar can monitor the air, sea, and portions of the land simultaneously, giving commanders an unmatched picture of the battle space before friendly forces ever arrive? Bringing a thunderous rumble to the skies now is a roaring four-ship formation of U.S. Air Force A-10 Thunderbolt IIs, affectionately known as the Warthog. High in the sky, making a spectacular international appearance next is a single Airbus A330 multi-role tanker transport aircraft representing the Spanish Air and Space Force. This enormous wide-body aircraft is a true dual-threat asset. Up next, looming large, is a solo U.S. Air Force C-17 Glowmaster III, showing off its jaw-dropping profile. This aircraft is the modern arsenal of democracy, capable of delivering hope in the form of humanitarian aid, or formidable power in the form of combat troops, to any corner of the earth in a matter of hours. Shifting our gaze back to our international partners, the German Luftwaffe is represented by twin-engine Eurofighters. This formation shows off Germany's rapid reaction capability to deploy anywhere on the globe at a moment's notice. Sweeping over the Hudson next is a tight four-ship formation of U.S. Navy PAA Poseidons. At first glance, you might think you are looking at standard commercial passenger airliners, and you wouldn't be entirely wrong. The PAA is a heavily modified from the ubiquitous Boeing 737 airframe. But don't let the corporate look fool you. This is the Navy's ultimate state-of-the-art submarine hunter. Block out the sun, folks, because approaching from the south is the ultimate display of American strategic air power. A historic three-generation heavy bomber triad flying together. Leading the formation is the unmistakable bat-like shadow of the B-2 Spirit stealth bomber. Right on his wing is the sleek, supersonic B-1B Lancer. And anchoring the trio is the towering Titan himself, the B-52 Stratoforce. Turning up the air right now is a thunderous warship formation from the United States Marine Corps, featuring 2 UH-1Y Venom utility helicopters and 2 sleek AH-1Z Viper attack helicopters, known to Marines as the Huey and Cobra. This dynamic duo is the ultimate tag team of the Marine Air-Ground Task Force. And if you think it's getting windy down on the Hudson, you are right. Approaching now are 2 massive CH-53E Super Stallions and 2 CH-53 Tame King Stallions, the legendary heavy lifters of the Marine Corps. Sailors aboard amphibious ships affectionately call this giant the Hurricane Maker because its 3 massive engines will generate a blinding downwash of air whenever it takes off. Rescue display featuring a bright orange Coast Guard Jayhawk and U.S. Air Force HH-60s. This is a beautiful showcase of inter-service unity. Whether responding to combat scenarios or devastating hurricanes, these crews share a common DNA of selflessness and bravery, always ready to extend a helping hand in the sky. Feeling that rhythmic rumble in your chest? That is the sound of the United States Army and Army National Guard storming the New York City skyline with a massive combined air assault formation. Leading the charge was the double-rotor CH-47 Chinook heavy lifter, flanked by lethal AH-64 Apache attack helicopters and many iconic UH-60 Black Hawk utility transports. Did you know that Chinook has been in continuous production for more than 60 years, while the Apache's helmet-mounted sight allows the aircraft sensors and weapons to follow wherever the crew member looks? Keep looking south as a striking streak of black and gold arrives. The prestigious Al Fursan aerobatic display team representing the United Arab Emirates Air Force. These 7 elite pilots are flying their brand new twin-engine Hongdu L-15 advanced jet trainers. The team's stunning black livery represents the oil hidden deep beneath the earth, while the gold reflects the vast, beautiful sands of the desert. Prepare yourselves for a deafening wall of sound as the United States Air Force commands the sky with an incredible 9-ship tactical fighter formation. Leading the charge is the F-22 Raptor and flanked by 4 iconic F-16 Fighting Falcons. This is the ultimate showcase of American air superiority. Screening from the south next is a type formation from the U.S. Navy featuring 2 frontline FA-18 Super Hornets escorting nimble F-5 Tigers. These aircraft belong to the Navy's elite adversary squadrons, where iron sharpens iron. By simulating enemy tactics, these elite pilots ensure that when American aviators face real threats, they are the most lethal, highly trained warfighters on the planet. Rocketing in next is a beautifully crisp formation of F-35A Lightning IIs from our steadfast NATO allies, the Royal Netherlands Air Force. The Dutch were one of the primary international partners involved in designing this revolutionary 5th-generation stealth fighter from day one. Here is a treat you absolutely do not see every day. AB-8B Harrier II jets, representing the Spanish Air and Space Force. Spain represents the last operational Harrier community in Europe, a proud legacy of de-stalled aviation.
Sorry.
This represents Spain's deep rumble returning as the U.S. Marine Corps sweeps in with a formation of F-35B Lightning IIs and legacy Fa-18C Hornets. This is a beautiful snapshot of marine aviation in transition, but highlights the relentless, anytime, anyplace expeditionary power that keeps American interests hard low. Next, 3 F-35 Lightning IIs. Did you know that Italy operates both the conventional F-35A and the short takeoff and vertical landing F-35B, giving it flexibility from both land bases and aircraft-capable ships? Looming large over the New York City skyline is an essential site in global military operations. A massive U.S. Air Force KC-135 Stratotanker flanked by F-35A Lightning IIs. Up next, the United States Air Force T-38 Talon, which has shaped generations of American aviators. For decades, it has trained fighter pilots, bomber pilots, test pilots, and astronauts in the skills needed for high-speed, high-performance flight. Now flying in from the south, the United States Navy carrier strike formation of 6 Fa-18EF Super Hornets. The Super Hornet is the backbone of today's carrier air wing. Its strength is versatility. It can fight air-to-air, strike targets ashore, suppress enemy air defenses, conduct reconnaissance, and even refuel other aircraft. Closing out our aerial review today with unparalleled British flair. Look out for BAE Hawk T-1s from the United Kingdom's Royal Air Force, the world-famous Red Arrows. Watch as they fill the sky, trailing a magnificent patriotic plume of red, white, and blue smoke right across the city's skyline. What a spectacular, vibrant exclamation point to end our review.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome United States Ambassador to the United Nations, Michael.
Hello everyone, great to be with you. And I just wanted to take a minute to talk to you about how incredible this day is and where we're sitting right now. To put it in perspective, for all of human history, thousands of years, we, people, got our rights from kings, queens, emperors, czars. That's how incredible 50 years ago, our founding fathers
Weird out of you?
No.
for, they always have to be defended. Now, as a diplomat, under a president for peace, under a vice president for peace, I can tell you what, they do all they can to make sure we're using words, not bullets. But our enemies know, our enemies absolutely know, when we're sitting at that diplomatic table and they look offshore and they see a ship like this, full of badass sailors, full of badass Marines, and sitting side by side with capable allies, they know President Trump, Vice President Vance, Secretary Rubio mean business, and they make my job a hell of a lot easier. So, as an Army guy, I stand here today proud to say, go Navy, and happy birthday, America. Thank you, and I salute you. God bless you.
Please welcome to the stage Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Daryl.
Good morning, everyone. I thought the ambassador was going to say, go Navy, beat Army. Vice President Vance, Acting Secretary of the Navy Cal, distinguished foreign heads of Navy, senior leaders, sailors, Marine, Coast Guardmen, honored guests, and friends, it's my pleasure to say welcome aboard USS Kearsarge. Vice President Vance, thank you for being with us here today. Your presence means a great deal to the Navy and Marine Corps team and every nation represented here. There's no better place to celebrate the enduring value and freedom than on board a United States warship. surrounded by the ships and sailors of nations committed to preserving peace and security at sea. Acting Secretary Cal, thank you, sir, for being here and serving as the reviewing official for today, and for bringing together this extraordinary gathering of ships, crews, and maritime leaders to honor 250 years of American independence. I also want to thank Captain Goshinsky and the crew of the Kearsarge. Great warships don't simply arrive ready. They are made ready through disciplined crews, careful planning, and countless hours of hard work. Today's ceremony is a reflection of that professionalism and the pride of our sailors and Marines take in and representing our nation. So to the Kearsarge team, bravo Zulu. I also want to thank every unit involved in making this event possible. Your professionalism helped make this celebration worthy of the moment. We gather aboard an American warship to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the independence of the United States of America. 250 years ago, our nation declared that liberty was worth defending. From the very beginning, that defense depended on command of the sea. Our first Navy was created not simply to fight battles, but to protect our commerce, strengthen our alliances, and secure the freedom upon which our young republic depended. That story continues today. The International Naval Review is more than a ceremony. It's the display of maritime strength, shared purpose, and international friendship. It demonstrates that like-minded maritime nations continue to sail together in defense of our shared interests and shared values. We train together, we operate together, and if called upon, we are prepared to fight together. Our interoperability is built through years of shared operations, mutual trust, and professional respect. To every participating nation, thank you. Looking across the waterfront today, we see far more than a collection of ships. We see generations of maritime tradition, enduring partnerships, and the collective resolve of nations committed to preserving peace through strength. Your ships, your crews, and your presence remind us that maritime security is shared security. No nation can protect the sea alone. Together, through trust, interoperability, and shared resolve, we preserve the freedom of the seas, deter aggression, and help ensure stability for generations to come. God bless our nation, the United States Navy, and the sailors and families that serve. Happy birthday, USA!
Please welcome the Acting Secretary of the Navy, the Honorable Hung Cao.
Good morning, everyone. Happy birthday, America. Mr. Vice President, sir, welcome back to your Navy Marine Corps family. Today, we're marking two massive milestones. First, we're celebrating the birth of the United States and its sacred ideals of liberty, freedom, and self-government. This year, as we commemorate America's 250th anniversary, we honor 2.5 centuries of grit, sacrifice, and raw courage by the warriors who have defended these ideals. Second, the International Naval Review, standing on the deck of this legendary warship alongside of our global allies and partners, proving to the world that our maritime coalition remains unbroken, lethal, and ready for the next 250 years. For 250 years, our Navy Marine Corps team has owned the high seas. We've defended this homeland, projected devastating power ashore, and represented the absolute best of American strength around the globe. This history isn't just in the textbooks. It is welded into the steel of this ship, USS Kearsarge. In 1864, the original Kearsarge hunted down and destroyed the Confederate raider CSS Alabama off the coast of France. That victory showed the world that American sea power was real and that we will protect our nation's interests whenever and wherever they are threatened. Today's USS Kearsarge carries the exact same fighting spirit As a flagship of an amphibious ready group, the ship is the ultimate Swiss Army knife of national security. From launching Marines into the fight to deliver aid and execute high-stakes special operations missions, Kearsarge gives the President and the Vice President lethal, flexible options that no other force on Earth can match. Now let's be honest, Kearsarge is no spring chicken. She was commissioned in 1993. She's got over 33 years of hard miles behind her. But I've said this before and I'll say it again. Our sailors and Marines don't make excuses. Heck, you can give them a rusty K-bar and a leaky canoe and they'll sneak into your country and kill you. As for this ship and her crew, they rescued an Air Force pilot downed in Bosnia. They evacuated 2,500 people from the chaos of West Africa. They brought the fight to the enemy during Operations Enduring Freedom, Iraqi Freedom, and Operations Over Libya. They surged into the Middle East to secure vital global shipping lanes and hunt down maritime threats. They delivered life-saving disaster relief in the Caribbean and Latin America, stepping it up during Hurricanes Irma and Maria when they devastated the region. And recently, they pushed deep into the high north and Baltic Sea, operating side by side with our allies and partners to remind our adversaries we represent maritime dominance wherever we sail. For 3 decades, Kearsarge sailed the world to reassure allies and remind our enemies, if diplomacy fails, we have a very big stick. American sea power is measured by our readiness to fight and our absolute commitment to serve. The International Naval Review isn't just about looking to the past, it's a call to action. 250 years ago, our founders knew that America's survival depended on a dominant Navy, and today we're answering that same call. That is the drive behind President Trump's Golden Fleet, our blueprint to build the dominant naval force that will carry America to the next 250 years. We're going to build ships. We're going to expand our fleet, rebuild our shipyards, inject strength into our industrial base, and dominate the technology of tomorrow. But most importantly, we're going to recruit, train, and retain the hard-charging sailors and Marines that are a true backbone of our maritime dominance. Every single watch, every single deployment, every single mission protects our economy, defends our allies, and preserves the freedom of the seas. The Golden Fleet of today is like Teddy Roosevelt's great white fleet before her. It is our promise to the next generation that America will continue to lead, continue to deter, and continue to preserve peace through strength. I have no doubt that when this country turns 500 years old, we will owe it under the protection of the lethal Navy Marine Corps team that we're building today. That is our promise. To our sailors and Marines, I'm never above you, I'm never below you, I'm always beside you. Semper Fi and Hoo-yah. Now, it is my distinct honor to introduce a leader who has fought tirelessly for our service members, our veterans, and our families. A brother in arms who once wore the uniform of the United States Marine. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the 50th Vice President of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance.
Hoorah! Semper Fi! And happy birthday to all the sailors and the Marines and all the service members of this incredible ship. Please, please, ladies and gentlemen, take a seat. You know, I know it's 100 degrees out here, but my speechwriters wrote me a nice 9-hour address, so it's going to be a long day. A long day. But let me start by saying, first of all, thank you for being here on this incredibly historic occasion. I have to give a shout out to Admiral Caudle and, of course, Acting Secretary Cal, 2 great Americans. Thank you for your leadership and for everything you've done to prepare us for this incredible celebration today. And I also, of course, got to give thank you, but also special greetings from the President of the United States for reviving this incredibly proud naval tradition as we celebrate 250 years of American daring and 250 years of American naval excellence. Today, we celebrate 250 years of America facing the future without fear. We celebrate 250 years of proving what a free people can achieve by the providence of our almighty Creator. I want to welcome the incredible sailors who are with us today, all the Marines, the Coasties, and countless others from all of our forces who serve our nation and do so proudly. And I especially want to thank and welcome our wounded warriors and Gold Star families, many of New York's finest police officers and bravest firefighters, and of course we have a number of local leaders from across this tri-state area. I'm honored to welcome the dozens of Navy chiefs and other guests from other countries around the world who represent the vessels joining us in today's review. And to the Americans who are watching back home, we have over 50 countries from all over the world who chose to send fighters or naval vessels here to honor our country. And we say from the bottom of our hearts, we are grateful for our friends, grateful for our allies on this special anniversary. It is a very American thing to ring in 250 years of American history by parading our naval and Air Force might for the world to see. But I can't help but consider that 250 years ago, the waters of New York Harbor looked very, very different. While the Continental Congress met in Philadelphia to ratify the Declaration of Independence, General Washington was right here in Manhattan, peering out on this beautiful land and beautiful sea. His attention was fixed on the horizon, watching for sails of the most powerful navy on earth. 1 week before, the British had begun landing troops on Staten Island, and they had landed 32,000 in just over 6 weeks. One colonist still in the city recounted it seemed as if all of London was afloat and heading to the new nation. War was coming, and everyone knew it. By July of 1776, 80% of New York's population had emptied out in anticipation of the coming violence. And that brings us back to our great General Washington. He knew the battles to come would be bruising and would demand much of his men. But they needed to know, through hot summers and cold winters, exactly what they were being asked to fight for. And so, just a few days after the Declaration of Independence was signed, George Washington read aloud the words of the incredible Declaration. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, and that among these rights are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Even today, 250 years to the day later, these words command a tremendous power over us as Americans. For 250 years, they have stirred our hearts, and they've reminded us of who we are as a people. But to Washington's soldiers, to the people to whom they were first read, think about this, they were entirely new. What has become standard American parlance, they had never heard those words before. And I think it's something striking to reflect on, that in 2026, the Declaration was written with the assumption that its audience would immediately grasp its words. Though they had never heard it, they would know exactly what it meant. It wasn't written for historians. It wasn't written for academics. It wasn't written for the generations to come. It was written for the people of this fledgling country. It was written for the soldiers who would fight to turn those words into a new system of government. As a document, it does not handhold its readers. Its citizenship at a very hard level. It does not pause to explain who this Creator is. It doesn't explain what the equality of men means. It doesn't try to go into details about the consent of the governed. It simply declares these truths to be self-evident. 250 years later, it's worth asking, self-evident to whom? If the Declaration proclaims truths the founders believed to all mankind, yes, but it says those truths in language intended to be familiar specifically to the American nation that it was authored to, authored by, and authored for. It was, as Jefferson put it later in his own life, an expression of the American mind. A document whose purpose wasn't, quote, to find out new principles or new arguments, but to place before mankind the common sense of the subject, the common sense of the American people. That people had been generations in the making. 1776 was not an accident. The patriots of that era understood themselves to be heirs to an older civilization who would carry it forward. Now, they shared with Great Britain the same language, the same God, the same system of common law. They even read many of the same books and observed many of the same customs. They shared the same understanding of justice and public life. George Washington's boyhood offers a small but revealing example. When he was 13 years old, he copied down more than 100 entries from a tiny little book called The Rules of Civility and Decent Behavior. It was not an American work, but it was first published in London more than a century before George Washington was born. Yet the America that formed Washington demanded qualities that no book, no manual could teach. Before General Washington commanded an army, he spent his 20s surveying America's wild interior, saving up money, learning self-reliance on a continent that rewarded initiative more than pedigree. It didn't care if you were a nobleman, it cared what you could do. Now, our society at the time reinforced the habits Washington learned in the wilderness. Frontier life rewarded resourcefulness, while America's colonial assemblies taught citizens to govern their own affairs. It taught citizens to be self-governing human beings. Churches at the time, especially those who were touched by the Great Awakening, reminded congregants that no earthly hierarchy outweighed the equal dignity of every human soul before its creator. All of that came together. And so it was no surprise that when Washington's soldiers first heard the Declaration 250 years ago, they understood precisely what it meant. They understood the meaning that was conveyed. It was seismic, but it was their birthright as citizens of this new republic. The words might have been new, but they expressed a feeling, something that already lived in the heart of every single American patriot, and I believe those words still live in the heart of every single American patriot today. And for 7 long years, they fought for that birthright. It wasn't easy. On some days, it was hotter even than it was today, as hard as that is to believe. Many suffered and died for that dream and died for those principles. But by the grace of Almighty God, they secured for us a free, a proud, and an independent republic that endures, and doesn't just endure, but thrives to this very day. As Washington traded in the uniform for the presidency, he remained preoccupied with the physical land that had shaped him. He imagined wagons crossing mountains, paths out of the Alleghenies and the Appalachians, and canals connecting the Potomac and the Ohio River to its western valleys. Our first president would not live long enough to see that vision of a continent connected. He would not live to see it to completion. But the rivers he surveyed in his youth carried on westward without him. They carried settlers and new riches and cities waiting to be built. And eventually, they carried a 13-year-old boy by the name of James Buchanan Eads. In the fall of 1833, Eads and his family, like many Americans, moved west to the nation's growing frontier, the land of opportunity. And as their steamboat approached St. Louis, its boiler exploded, throwing him into the turbulent waters of the Mississippi. The family lost everything, every earthly possession, and the river nearly killed young Eads. From that moment on, he vowed not to be a slave to that mighty river, but to make it his own. He received no formal education, but to support his family, he sold apples on the St. Louis riverfront, captivated by the bustle and frontier of boomtown St. Louis. At 16, he took a job on the water, and not long after, he conceived of an idea that most engineers at the time, they thought it was crazy. They thought it was insane. You know, sunken ships and other treasures lay scattered along the bottom of the Mississippi. No business in the world existed to salvage them, to take that buried treasure on the bottom of the mighty Mississippi and bring it to work for people. Unlike the more peaceful streams out east, the river's strong currents and turbid waters, most insisted that ordinary diving in the mighty Mississippi was impossible. You could not do what Eads proposed that we do. But he disagreed. And so he did what every American does when they're told they can't do something. He went out and did it anyway, and he did it himself. He bought a 40-gallon whiskey barrel, fixed it to a diving bell, and climbed in, and down he went all by himself. The riverbed was pitch black, the current pulling his feet every which way. Sand swirled around him like a dense snowstorm, he later recalled. But he located his target, a large hunk of lead, tied on the cable, and came back to the surface. Eads went on to become one of the nation's greatest civil engineers. He built the very first bridge spanning the Mississippi River south of its confluence with the Missouri. An impressive feat for a man who'd never built a bridge before. The people who told him, you can't build the most difficult bridge because you've never built a bridge before, he said, yes, I can, because I'm an American and I'm going to do it myself. It was the first on the planet, that bridge, to be made of steel. And residents of St. Louis still use that bridge to this very day, nearly 200 years later. That is American ingenuity and American greatness. At the river's mouth in Louisiana, Eads raised jetties that helped calm its violent flooding to prevent the buildup of silt. And by doing so, he transformed New Orleans from the 9th largest port in the United States to the 2nd most powerful port in the world, rivaling only the city that stands behind us. But Eads had already faced a still greater test, because as the Civil War broke out, the government summoned him to Washington for his help building the ironclads which the United States Navy would seize the Mississippi with. It was no matter that Eads had never built a gunboat in his life. He had never built a gunboat ever. Instead, he completed 700 of them in 100 days. It's unbelievable. The river ships that Eads built were so strong that the Navy deployed them into the ocean to secure the Gulf. They served their purpose. They defended the Mississippi, and in doing so, they helped preserve our Union. And so it kept growing. And of course, the American frontier made way to farms and factories stretching further and further west. River towns became great cities. Railroads reached the Pacific. Steel mills rose where once wilderness had stood. The American mind widened, and the Republican whose independence Washington won, that James Eads had helped sew together, grew into the most powerful industrial powerhouse in the history of humanity. For other nations, growing industry brought dispossession before it did prosperity. In the old world, the one our ancestors had left behind, the Industrial Revolution threw society into chaos. And into that chaos rushed vacuums and ideologies that answered the dignity of man with labor camps and killing fields. Where the old world led to communism and fascism, the Americans recognized that at root, they were a denial of everything that Washington and Jefferson had read to his men 250 years ago. The free world needed to win, but in order for the free world to beat communism and fascism, it had to outproduce them. And as in every conflict before, America looked to her sailors for help, and to the builders who made sure those sailors had the very best ships to sail on. Among them was a man that we know as Henry Kaiser. Like Eads, Kaiser had grown up with very little. The son of German immigrants, he dropped out of school at 13 to work the stockroom at a dry goods store in Utica, making $1.50 a week and commuting 4 miles each way on foot. Eventually, he moved to Spokane for better job opportunities, setting his sights on starting his own company. Now, he walked into a bank with no business, no workforce, and no history, just a single proposed contract and what the banker would later describe as sheer audacity. He walked out with a $25,000 loan. And with his workers, he erected the Hoover Dam and hundreds of miles of highway across the West. Everywhere he went, he organized ordinary Americans to build extraordinary things. And everywhere he went, he believed their welfare and the welfare of the enterprise that he was building went hand in hand. Kaiser pioneered health coverage at his construction sites. That's why we know the name of Kaiser, because he understood that men working in dangerous conditions, they deserve to see a doctor. He saw his workers as partners, and he walked the walk long before it was fashionable to do so. Where some say that America's story is one of the dispossessed struggling against the powerful, Kaiser shows that America's greatness is built by cooperation between all of our citizens from every single walk of American life. Now, that cooperation was important, but it became profoundly important the day after Pearl Harbor. The United States Navy at the time needed ships bigger and better and faster than anyone thought they could be built. We didn't have the biggest Navy in the world, but we needed one, and we needed one fast. So Kaiser did what Americans always do when confronted with the impossible. He put it on his shoulders and said, let's go do it. Kaiser had never made a ship in his life, but that wasn't going to stop him. First, he built shipyards all up and down the Pacific coast. Then he filled them with American workers, 250,000 of them. Farm boys from Iowa, miners from Appalachia, mothers from Detroit who had never held a welding torch. Together they launched nearly 15,000 Liberty ships, vessels that carried American cargo and sailors across 2 oceans. His Richmond yard built one of them, the SS Robert E. Peary, in an astonishing 4 days and 15 hours. The shipbuilders Kaiser hired, they weren't just a means to an end, they were his partners. Kaiser looked at his workers and saw people, Americans who got sick, who had families to raise, who showed up in Richmond and Portland with little more than a hat in their hand, but who had amazing potential. He saw the potential of normal Americans when unshackled from destitution. And he saw them not just as mouths to feed or as workers to pay. He saw them as fellow citizens who could build amazing things. So he built housing near these shipyards and nursery schools to help mothers join the war effort. He extended the health plan he had started at his dams to every worker at every yard, opening it to the public after the U.S. won World War II. And though separated by generations, I tell the story of these 3 men because Kaiser and Eads and Washington, they were exactly the kind of men that Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence for. Kaiser was an American. He looked at what needed doing and he did it, and he trusted the men and women around them to do the same, knowing that he could only do his job if they did theirs too. Our Declaration of Independence may have spoken to universal human truths and broadly shared human desires. Of course it does. But it was a document written by and for a particular kind of people, the American people. From General Washington to James Buchanan Eads, from Henry Kaiser, one of America's great shipbuilders, to the sailors standing here today. And by the way, what you folks watching at home on TV may not realize is that everything that you saw, everything that you see today was destroyed last night in a storm, but these great sailors rebuilt it in 12 hours so that you all could be here, so that we could have this amazing procession, and so we could celebrate our 250th birthday in style. All of us, connected through the generations, rich and poor of every job, we are a people formed by generations of self-governance and personal industry. We are formed by Frontier Assembly Hall and congregation, by River Valley and prairie and factory floor. We are formed by the conviction that we are bound to one another, not only by bloodline nor creed alone, but by a common character, a shared fate, and a shared future. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to address what you will hear from some loud voices today, because as much as all of us, whether we're Democrat or Republican, whatever our political persuasion, all of us are celebrating. But you will hear a couple small but loud voices today speak obsessively not of our national greatness, but of our national imperfections. They will speak of the powerless and the dispossessed. They will tell you that America is just another country where the weak struggle against the strong. And if they acknowledge that there is anything to be proud of in our history, they'll say it's the fact that sometimes the powerless have won a zero-sum battle. They're wrong. They'll talk about America's sins with the anger and zeal of a brimstone preacher, but without any of the grace or forgiveness that must be present in the Christian faith. These people misunderstand the essence of America, from Thomas Jefferson to Henry Kaiser. They misunderstand that we all have moments of great power despite those very real imperfections. That there are victims and heroes who live inside of each of us, from the most ambitious leaders and builders to steel welders like my grandfather. People who had their own role to play in turning this dangerous wilderness into the proudest civilization in history. So what I'd ask you to do, my fellow Americans, on our 250th birthday, is to reject the two-dimensional view of your fellow citizens and reject the two-dimensional view of your country. Reject that America is a place for zero-sum thinking, because it is not. Our history is one of people carving a great civilization out of the wilderness. Reject the view of your nation that sees only its sins, but not its grace and its greatness. Everything that we have done as a country, we have done together. Not as citizens divided against each other, but as a common people working towards a common future. When we won our independence, we were led by General Washington to liberty and greatness, but marching ahead of him were thousands of boys from all over the new nation who gave Washington's military genius its foundation and its firepower. When we saved the world in World War II from tyranny in the 20th century, of course we needed great military leadership and tactical genius from our generals, but we also needed Rosie the Riveter, Iowa farm girls who built the machinery of war, and the sweethearts they sent to a world away to storm the beaches at Normandy. When we went to the moon, of course our great astronauts flew the rockets, and our great men of science and engineering built them. But there were clerks and janitors and welders like my grandfather who each played their distinctive American part. All of us have a part. All of us had our part. Our role to play in creating 250 years of a proud American story. And all of us will need to do our part to create the next 250 years of American greatness. So I say to all my fellow Americans, I'm proud of you. Happy birthday. And happy birthday to our great nation. Today, my friends, we celebrate, and tomorrow we get back to work. God bless you. Thank you for having me.
And confident. What? Let me.
A difficult maneuver made even more challenging since Thunderbird 5 to your left is approaching upside down. From directly in front, Thunderbirds 1 through 4, Night, Shadow, Crime, and Slasher will pull straight up into the vertical and trail formation. Emerging from the smoke, you will see the pilots have skillfully transformed back into the Thunderbird Diamond. as our two solo pilots, Thunderbirds 5 and 6, rejoin with the Diamond to form the Thunderbird Delta formation. We would like to take a moment to honor those veterans in the crowd today whose service and sacrifice have given us the freedoms that we so greatly cherish. For the past 73 years, the Thunderbirds have inspired hope,
this morning as many as 200,000 people expected in Washington, D.C. to celebrate the 215th anniversary of the U.S. Army, the National Mall center stage for a festival flying over historic military parade.
With the creation of America's Army on June 14, 1775, liberty got its shield and the freedom got its sword.
So we're back again, the Army 250th Parade.
This is the U.S. Army in Vietnam, the era of air mobility, fierce firefights, and unwavering...
Ladies and gentlemen, the safety of our guests, performers, and staff is our top priority. Freedom 250, United States Secret Service, United States Park Police, National Park Service, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and all public safety partners are actively monitoring weather conditions. For your safety, all guests must seek shelter in the various white tents on the left and right side of the back of the event site. Please remain calm, follow the directions of law enforcement and event staff, and stay tuned for Freedom 250's official channels for updates. Freedom 250 will share updates on programming and doors reopening. Please stay close to our official channels for updates. Thank you.
To the war on terror, to the Gold Star families with us today, the courage of your heroes is the bedrock on which our...
They're going the other way.
I need everyone to get up and go to that big building right there.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've been asked to tell you, our officials have asked to tell you we need evacuation right away. There are 3 locations you can take refuge in at this time: the African American Museum, the Department of Commerce, and the Ronald Reagan Building. We'll keep you updated so we can get our program underway, but we're just keeping you advised at this time you can take shelter at the African American Museum, Department of Commerce, and the Ronald Reagan Building. Thank you for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, for your safety, Freedom 250 is directing all guests to immediately evacuate the event grounds due to approaching severe weather. This decision made in coordination with the National Capital Safety Planning Committee and our public safety partners. Please remain calm, proceed to the nearest exit, follow all instructions from law enforcement, event staff, and volunteers. We thank you for your cooperation. Again, for your safety, Freedom 250 directing all guests to immediately evacuate the event grounds due to approaching severe weather. It was made in coordination with the National Capital Regional Planning Committee and our public safety partners who always have your safety in mind. Thank you for your cooperation.
Well, welcome back, everybody, to Salute to America, the greatest air show in the history of our country. Up next is the United States Army parachute team we all affectionately love and know as the Golden Knights. Joining me on stage is Private First Class Nate Hilzendegger. Welcome, sir. We're glad to have you with us.
Thank you, Rob. We are honored to be here. How you doing, brother?
We're doing good. So we're going to see it's 3 different passes here from a joint jump between the United States Navy Leapfrogs and your wonderful team, the Golden Knights. First jumper is a solo. Tell us a little bit about what we'll see.
Yeah, sure. So the first jumper of the day is what we call a wind dummy. So riding up to altitude, at 2,000 feet, we throw parchment paper right over the target where we want to land. And we circle that paper the entire way until it lands and hits the ground. Then we take that distance, whatever it flew past the target, and we are going to get out that same distance upwind of the target so we can land on target for the American public.
That's awesome. Well, we're excited to see that, and thank you for giving us that behind-the-scenes look at what we do at air shows. Now, we are just about 10 seconds, 15 seconds away from that first step off the back of the aircraft. Tell us a little bit about, as we look for that with the cameras, what are we seeing in terms of the aircraft they're coming out of? I know you'll talk a little bit about that later.
Sure, yeah. So
the
aircraft is going to be flying a 320-degree heading. And right now, you should be able to look up and see smoke in the air as we have a Golden Knight in free fall, rapidly approaching speeds of 120 miles per hour.
Now, Nate, as he does that, as he's free falling, he can navigate with his arms and legs and stay in position for what you described as the target, correct?
Yes, sir, exactly. So what we do, Rob, is we use the relative wind and we use our body as flight controls. We can move left, right, forward, backwards. Any orientation you can picture, that's how we can fly.
Awesome. And then as he gets closer down to the ground, about what altitude will he deploy his parachute as he makes his way in?
Yeah, so Sergeant Eric Garcia was the wind dummy today, and he just deployed his parachute at approximately 3,000 feet.
Wow, what a beautiful sight here over the skies of our nation's capital, ladies and gentlemen. The United States Army Golden Knights with Old Glory flying on the canopy rigging of the parachute there. Nate, what a beautiful sight we've got there.
Yes, sir, Rob, it is actually. So when he deploys the parachute, the flag doesn't come down right away. On the parachute itself, we have what's called a flag bag and a flag line. After we're under canopy, Rob, we can then deploy the 200-square-foot American flag, making for a wonderful visual.
Wow, that is absolutely spectacular. So how much time do you think, Nate, until we see the next pass where we'll see some more jumpers and these from the Navy?
Sure, so on the next pass, you're going to see the Navy Leapfrogs, and then on the third pass will be our full demonstration from the Golden Knights Gold Demonstration Team.
Perfect. So about how far out do we think the second pass is?
I would say approximately 30 seconds, Rob.
Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you a little bit about the United States Navy Leapfrogs. As you look skyward, you will see jumpers exiting the aircraft shortly, thousands of feet in the air. In free fall, they will reach speeds of up to 120 miles per hour before deploying their canopies. You know, in just 2.5 months of winter training, the jumpers on the Leapfrogs accumulate over 300 jumps, each practicing the canopy formations and maneuvers you see above. If you look closely, you can see the jumpers piloting towards each other, docking and maneuvering their canopies together. This is called two-stack and serves as the building block for all of their larger formations. Now, the jumpers in the Leapfrog come to the team after years of real-world operational experience. Their mission here at Navy Parachute Team is to temporarily exit the shadows in order to showcase the teamwork, precision, and excellence of Naval Special Warfare community. To inspire the next generation of American warfighters, following their 3-year commitment here, they return to their operational units. Now, while parachute demonstrations like these are inherently dangerous, the team mitigates the risk through meticulous planning, rigorous training and rehearsals, teamwork, and a relentless dedication to mastery in naval special warfare. Their lives and the lives of their teammates depend on this. Ready? Well, ladies and gentlemen, now that the Golden Knights have completed their jump, we're going to hand it back to Private First Class Nate Hilzendegger for more about your United States Army Golden Knights.
the American paratrooper, born of fire in the skies of World War II, more than 80 years ago, has since struck fear and terror in the hearts of those foolish enough to oppose them. Relentless in their skill and courage, not only in the air, but also on the ground, these brave soldiers have forged for themselves a place of honor in America's hearts. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Private First Class Nathan Hilsenegger, originally from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It is my absolute honor to narrate this once-in-a-lifetime event, America's 250th birthday. I will describe for you today a demonstration of precision freefall as performed by members of your United States Army parachute team, the Golden Knights. At this time, members of the Gold demonstration team are circling high overhead at an altitude of 10,000 feet. The jump master is actually looking out the left door of the aircraft. His head is outside in the wind and the cold. Through a series of hand and arm signals, the jump master is relaying heading corrections to the pilot, maneuvering the aircraft to a precise exit point for the jumpers. Watch closely as you may see the nose of the aircraft move slightly left or right. The jumpers are out and the smoke is on. We now have members of the Golden Knights rapidly approaching speeds of 120 miles per hour. The initial part of the formation is called the base, and it forms quickly as the initial jumpers fly their bodies together while interlocking their arms and legs to form the nucleus of the formation. The formation continues to fly at 120 miles per hour as the freefall photographer circles the formation, then glide apart prior to their opening at 3,000 feet. This is our salute to all of you attending today's show. There you have the high-flying black and gold of your United States Army parachute team, the Golden Knights. Now, as you may have guessed, these jumpers are faced with a unique situation, a traffic jam in the sky. They must gain vertical separation to allow for individual approaches into the target area. This is accomplished by pulling on the front part of the parachute and spiraling down at speeds in excess of 60 miles per hour. This allows them to set up a traffic pattern just like you might see aircraft at a busy airport. The smoke trails each jumper leaves in the sky are created by two M18 red smoke grenades, which emit a continuous stream of smoke for up to 90 seconds. The jumper attaches these to one foot with a specially designed bracket and then ties the activation pins to a lanyard. By pulling on this lanyard, they can ignite the smoke immediately upon exiting the aircraft or while in free fall. The parachutes used by the Golden Knights are flexible wing gliders constructed of lightweight ripstop nylon. These parachutes have an inherent forward airspeed of 22 miles per hour. To turn left, the jumper pulls down on the steering line. To turn right, the jumper simply pulls down on the right steering line. As the jumper's near the ground, they'll pull down on both steering lines simultaneously for the safest and softest possible landing. Looking high overhead, you may notice what seems like parachutes tangled together, but this is actually an exciting discipline in skydiving known as canopy relative work. Thanks in part to the advanced aerodynamic design of these ram air parachutes, one jumper can fly right up to the hands of another jumper without affecting its flight characteristics. At just the right moment, the jumpers pull opposite steering lines, maneuvering their parachutes into a downplane and diving straight toward the ground at over 80 miles per hour. As they approach the ground, you may hear the command, "Ready, break," and the jumpers will separate for 2 soft stand-up landings in the target area. With a quick pull of a handle, Staff Sergeant Jonathan Pemberton will release the massive 5,000 square foot American flag. To keep the flag properly oriented, a 35-pound weight is attached to the bottom, adding a total of 150 extra pounds to the jumper. The flag is securely fastened to the front of the jumper's harness by 4 attachment points, requiring exceptional skill to pilot both the parachute and the massive flag. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our performance for the day. And on behalf of the entire team, I would like to thank each and every one of you for being such a warm and receptive airborne audience. In closing, I leave you with this final thought. In the future, may all of your days be prosperous and your nights golden.
#47th President of the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump. Good evening, America. If you think that was, it wasn't. And I want to thank everybody because they did the right thing. They saw lightning, and I said, there's no way if we have to speak in front of one person at 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm going to be here. There's no way we can be deterred. And they estimated they had 375,000 people before everybody had to leave. And they now have 150,000 people. It's the craziest thing anyone's ever seen, at least. And I want to just thank you, and I feel so badly about some people. They left and they couldn't get back. But you're very special people, and we have a very special country. Thank you very much. Tonight we come together for one of the most joyous and glorious milestones of all time, and you know what that is, 250, the 250th anniversary. And I do have to say this. One of my very brilliant people backstage said, don't worry about it, sir. We can do it maybe next week. I said, it doesn't work next week. This is the big day. We want July 4th. We're not looking for July something else. Because this is the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. Nothing like it. For 2.5 centuries, our American Republic has stood as the crowning achievement of human history. This country is the home of freedom. This is the land of liberty. And this is a flag that's the banner of the most extraordinary, most exceptional, most incredible nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And we're doing better now than we've ever done before. No people have done more good, shown more courage, made more progress, righted more injustice, or achieved more greatness than you, the American people. For 250 years, the United States of America has been the hope, the promise, the light, and the glory among all of the nations of the world. All over the world, they try and be like us. Nobody can be like us, and with God's help, we will always be this or even better. We're going to be better. Here on our National Mall, we're celebrating freedom's triumph over tyranny, liberty's conquest over oppression, and the enduring victory of the American spirit from the July 4th, 1776 to July 4th, 2026. Big dates. That's big dates. Two big ones. And tonight our country is stronger, freer, richer, safer, and prouder than ever before. But it all started with the miracle of history that lives forever in the heart of every single patriot. In Philadelphia, our founding fathers summoned the courage of giants and the wisdom of centuries to boldly proclaim these timeless truths. They declared that all men are created equal, that they are endowed with sacred, unalienable rights by the hand of our Creator, and that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. In signing their names to the roster of freedom, those 56 patriots put everything at risk, stepped onto the stage of destiny, and seized a victory for the ages, and that's what it was. And this is an evening for the ages, I believe. This is something very special. This is bigger than if we didn't have the lightning blaring. We had lightning blaring, but this is bigger. Little more inconvenient, but it's bigger. I think in its own way, it's more beautiful. From the beginning, we were a nation that lived by the motto, victory or death, and live free or die. 1 out of every 100 Americans gave their lives in the fight for independence. To remind us of who these heroes were and what they gave us, we are honored to have here tonight in the heart of our nation's capital one of the very first American flags ever to exist. Dating back to 1777, it bears the 13 stars and 13 stripes of the 13 states that declared independence on the 4th of July. Here it is. This was the flag that flew victorious at Saratoga. And these are the real deals, too. These are the real flags. These are flags that have seen a lot. These were the stars and stripes that flew triumphant when the British waved the white flag of surrender at Yorktown. That was a big surrender. Nobody thought that was possible. They were the greatest power of the world, and they surrendered, and that was the beginning. Ever since, the entire world has been on notice that Americans will never let anyone take our freedom away. Won't happen. And all these talks from the communists, they haven't got a chance. Not even a chance. We don't want communists in our country. Never worked, and it never will work. Americans must never forget that we are a historic and heroic people with a heroic spirit and a heroic purpose on this beautiful earth of ours. We are made of the courage and the fire and the flesh and the blood of the best and the bravest people this world has ever produced. We are the bravest and the best. Tonight we pledge allegiance to the flag they gave us, and we say, God bless the immortal patriots of 1776, and long live the cause of independence. May it reign forever and ever and ever. We will always be on top. We will never let our country fall. We will always be the best. Our founders not only won our liberty, they secured it with the most righteous political document ever conceived. It's called the Constitution of the United States. Very special. And it's because of their genius that we remain the finest people on the planet after 250 years. Unlike so many others in the world, in this country, we have freedom of speech, freedom of religion, equal justice under the law, although I wasn't treated that well, but we won't get into that. And the right to keep and bear arms. And for the almost 6 years that I was president, I guarded very, very powerfully your Second Amendment, and they didn't do a thing to it, and it was not easy. But we guard your Second Amendment. We guard it very, very strongly and cautiously. Across the generations, Americans have fought, bled, and died, not just to secure those, to expand them to citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed, because we are one people. We are one family. You showed that tonight with one flag. And as our Declaration of Independence tells us, we are all made in the image of one Almighty God. And a communist will sure. Few heroes remind us more than William Carney, who escaped slavery to become a Union soldier in the Civil War, which was a very big deal at the time. On the first battle he saw, comrades struck down enemy fire while carrying the Stars and Stripes, and Sergeant Carney dove to the ground to keep the flag from touching the mud. He didn't want to have it touch the ground. He didn't want to have it touch the mud. He wanted it to be perfect. He raised it high above the field and was shot 4 times. They thought he was gone, but he kept moving forward. He loved our country. He loved our flag. Before he returned to camp and announced, "Boys, the old flag never touched the ground." And he became the first African-American to receive the Congressional Medal of Honor. He got the Congressional Medal of Honor, and he was the first African-American, and he was some man. They've written stories about him. He was something special. With us tonight to celebrate this forward march of freedom is another Medal of Honor recipient, Colonel Paris Davis, whose courage won eternal glory in Vietnam. He helped lead a surprise attack on 100 enemy combatants. They said he was finished. His whole group was finished. And despite multiple life-threatening wounds, saved the lives of his fellow soldiers. And this evening he stands to salute the only flag of its kind, the one that was draped over the casket of President Abraham Lincoln in Independence Hall. Thank you very much. Great. He looks better than I do. He looks great, and he's brave. Because of heroes like these, our flag will always be a symbol of liberty and justice for all. Colonel Davis, thank you very much. Great man. Great man, thank you. Americans expanded the blessings of freedom, and we have never stopped expanding our ambitions and our dreams. We had the American dream. We never had the American dream, however, like we have it right now. The American dream is back, very strong, beautiful. You know, to get into our military now is tough. 2 years ago, we couldn't fill a job, and now it's overflowing. We have so many, setting records. We're setting records. It's actually hard to get in. That includes our great police forces and our firemen. They couldn't hire anybody. Nobody wanted to do it. Now it's hard to get those positions, but it's really hard to get into our military because people respect and love our country again. Our rise to being the world's strongest and most powerful nation was no accident of history. We rebuilt our military in my first term. We used it a little bit in our, actually I should say third term, but I won't do that because I don't want any controversy. But we use it, and we've had tremendous success. You look at Venezuela, you look at Iran, we wiped out their military. Americans crossed the Great Plains, scaled the Rockies, we just tamed the wilderness and conquered the frontier and built the empire. It's called the Empire of Liberty. We laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, those beautiful skyscrapers, and dug out the Panama Canal, considered the eighth wonder of the world, which everyone said was an impossible thing to do. And by the way, 38,000 Americans died to give us one of the greatest engineering feats of all time, the Panama Canal. This was the unstoppable spirit that created the world's most powerful industries and built the strongest military anyone had ever seen. And today it is stronger and more powerful than it ever was before. American grit, boldness, and daring forged heroes like Davy Crockett, Wyatt Earp, Annie Oakley, Teddy Roosevelt, and the legend of the Wild West, Buffalo Bill Cody. These were great, powerful people whose incredible grandchildren happen to be with us tonight. And they stand alongside one of the first American flags ever to fly over our expanding nation. It was carried west just as Lewis and Clark began their journey in 1803. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Great to have you. Great to have you, to honor this audacious and indomitable soul of America. We also have the first flag ever to fly over one of the greatest architectural feats of all time, a thing called the Brooklyn Bridge, one of the most beautiful bridges anywhere in the world, built a long time ago. To its right, the banner that flew atop our flagship after America's Navy sank the Spanish fleet to the bottom of the Manila Bay, one of the greatest naval victories in history. Much like our recent victory by sinking the entire Iranian Navy, 159 ships, to the bottom of the sea, all done in just a moment's time, happened very quickly. We have the greatest military anywhere in the world. And next to it, we also have the flag that was given to that immortal, just a fantastic, immortal Rough Rider, the one and only. And I was at the museum the other day at its opening, Theodore Roosevelt, when he returned triumphant from Cuba, printed with the words, "Welcome home, Colonel Roosevelt." He was a victor of San Juan Hill. He was a great gentleman. Americans won the West and built the modern world because America is a nation of winners. And today our country is winning again, and we're winning like never before. America is back, and we want to keep America great, and we will do so by approving the Save America Act which means all voters must show voter ID. All voters all voters must provide a little thing called proof of citizenship. And there will be no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel. And you won't have cheating on the elections anymore. It's very simple. Together, we are also reasserting the truth that American strength and power is not something to be ashamed of. It is something that we are very, very proud of. This country has been the greatest force for peace and justice on earth. In the last century, we defeated tyrants, demolished evil, and saved freedom again and again and again. Ken Schubring was 19 years old when he survived the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. After enemy planes sank ships like the USS Arizona, he resolved that he would help America strike back and win. He wanted them to strike back and win. Flying B-29s in the Pacific, Ken fought from the first day to the very last. He was in the war right from the first day, and he went to the last day and all the way to the enemy's unconditional surrender. We got an unconditional surrender. He was there at 104 years old and looking really good. Captain Schubring is here tonight, and he is saluting the flag that went down with the Arizona at Pearl Harbor, but was raised back up with the help of some unbelievable American patriots. It's a symbol of American defiance. Please. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Captain. Great job. Thank you very much. You have very good genes. That's his son. His son's going to be around a long time. Thank you very much, Captain. On D-Day in World War II, Navy Lieutenant Arthur Rose commanded 36 landing craft as part of the largest naval armada in history. Recalling that sight, he wrote home to his parents, "What a country we are." At 107 years old, Lieutenant Rose is here to salute one of our nation's most prized possessions, the flag that flew aboard the first landing craft on D-Day and led the first Americans onto the beaches of Normandy to liberate Europe and defeat Nazi fascism forever. Lieutenant Rose, you are an inspiration to this beautiful crowd, and we thank you very much. Amazing man. 107. It's 107. On Iwo Jima in the Pacific, the Marines faced some of the most brutal combat in the history of warfare. They shed their blood for every inch of mountain that they reached. And when they reached the summit and raised the stars and stripes for all to see, it was so special to everybody there. Everybody there and everybody watching. They couldn't believe it. It wasn't supposed to happen. With us today is one of the last survivors of that battle, 101-year-old Marine Corporal Don Graves. And he's here to salute that famous flag he saw rise in the glory of Iwo Jima 81 years ago, and you've all seen that flag many times. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are the fighters and the banners of the greatest generation. They are the greatest generation. I hate to admit that, but they are. They saved the world, and they made America very, very proud. We're very proud of you, heroes all. And after we vanquished fascism, Americans stood against the evil of communism in the Cold War. And as I said last night at the beautiful Mount Rushmore, what a beautiful place, where Washington, Jefferson, Lincoln, and Theodore Roosevelt loomed over my shoulder as I spoke. America will never be a communist country. Won't happen. Communism is a loser, and it always will be. The communist system is the opposite of the American system, and the communist system has never worked. Our warriors did not fight communism on battlefields across the world, only to have that menace rear its ugly head right back here in America. We're not going to let it happen. We like to stop a threat like that immediately and before it begins. It's like a cancer. You got to cut it out. You got to cut it out fast. Tonight, we proudly thank veterans of the war on communism, including Marine Corporal Pat Finn and Private First Class Rudy Meekins, who fought at the famed Battle of Chosin Reservoir in Korea. That was a rough one. Thank you. Pat fought in hand-to-hand combat with the enemy. He had 5 against him, and he was 1. And as you can see, he's around to talk about it. And Rudy was wounded 4 times, but never stopped shooting, and he never stopped moving forward. And also with us is veteran Sonny Ray, who fought heroically against an enemy force 10 times his unit size and earned a tremendously deserved Silver Star. Tonight they salute one of the very first 50-star flags to fly above the field of battle. This was about the beginning of the 50. And right next to it is one of the last flags from Checkpoint Charlie, very famous place on the Berlin Wall, where American freedom finally brought communism crashing down to an end. Thank you so much. You are really very special. Thank you. Thank you very much. The Stars and Stripes cast the hammer and sickle into oblivion before, and we will do it again if necessary. I don't think it's going to be necessary. I think people have learned. They've learned what to do and how to handle it, and we're going to handle it very well. So, gentlemen, I want to thank you very much. You're amazing people, amazing men. Thank you. How about that, huh? Isn't that great? What an honor it is to be with them. Think of it, 107. That's up there, but hopefully he's got 20 good years left. Through the generations, Americans have never stopped striving to lift humanity to new heights. In 1903, the Wright brothers from Ohio fulfilled the age-old dream of mankind to fly. That's right, they're from Ohio, great state. And within 66 years of inventing the airplane, Americans planted our flag on the moon. Just 3 months ago, we sent American astronauts back to the far side of the moon, and this time they flew further from Earth than anyone has ever flown before. And here they are. So tonight we're joined by that crew of NASA Artemis, you know the crew, everybody. Artemis 2, and everybody watched. Isn't that amazing? And they became very famous. Everybody watched. I was watching. I don't know what it was. That one got the attention of everybody. And along with the last man to walk on the moon, Apollo 17 astronaut Jack Schmitt. Thank you, Jack. You look like you could be with them, Jack. You look very good. You look very good, Jack. Thank you very much. What a job. Everybody was watching. I was with a group of people that normally wouldn't be watching, and we were having a big dinner, and they all said, we want to turn on, we want to watch Artemis 2. A lot of people said, what is that? By the end of the evening, they knew. It was amazing. And along with Jared, where's Jared? He's so great. He's running NASA. What a job he's done. So I want to thank you all. Thank you very much. Great job. So these champions of flight stand this evening beside the flag flown on the Wright brothers airplane, piloted by Orville Wright. It's the exact flag, very historic, and they are honored to be here. They told me today they were really amazed to be here with that flag. That's a very special flag if you're in the world of flying aircraft. So congratulations to everybody. Fantastic job. Very proud of you. And I have a special gift for these patriots. This morning on America's 250th birthday, a new flag was flown above the United States Capitol. And tonight I present it to you to soon be planted by American astronauts on their upcoming return to the moon. And in addition to that, I gave them and all of the great heroes that you saw up on stage tonight, and a few others that couldn't quite make the stage, I gave them a very special medal from the White House, so it's an honor. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. So then I assume you're going to be heading to Mars, right? We're going to be going to Mars very soon. And I think that's something that we do have in mind, and we're going to do the moon, and we're going to go from there. We're going to go to Mars, and we're going to continue to be way ahead. You know, we did Space Force. That was something I was very proud of, and some people smiled. They thought it was foolish, and now they're finding it's one of the most important things that we've done. We were losing to China and to Russia in space, and now we're leading them by giant steps, and it's a great thing, and it's people like that really, like you, that made it happen. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much, Jeff. So as we celebrate America's unmatched achievements and unlimited potential, we never forget that none of this would have been possible without those who gave everything so that we could reach this 250th year of freedom. We are honored to be joined by 11 Gold Star family members. The Gold Star family, that is one of the great tributes. It's one of the great honors. A tough honor. There's no tougher than that. But these are amazing people. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Come on up. They went through a lot. Thank you very much. And that special is looking up at mom and dad, husband, wife. But they're looking down. I want to thank you for being here. Thank you very much. And we have medals for you backstage hours ago. But we're going to be backstage, and we have beautiful medals for you, for your family, from the White House. Thank you very much, everybody. We love you. On this special 4th of July, we give you our undying gratitude and promise to redeem the sacrifice of your heroes by preserving the America that they love. They loved our country. They sacrificed it all, and these people have sacrificed it all. They've been through hell. We love you. Thank you very much. Thank you. From 1776 to today, everywhere the American flag has flown, it has been a symbol of strength, righteousness, and hope, because that is who Americans are. In 1944, a mother and her daughter huddled in their house in Nazi-occupied Belgium and prayed desperately for their country to be freed. They wanted freed. As they waited, they found scraps of fabric and stitched together a homemade American flag. It's beautiful, but homemade. On the day they were finally liberated, and that's what the word is, liberated, they gave it to an American soldier as a gift. Little did they know that that soldier's great-grandfather was none other than the author of our Star-Spangled Banner, Francis Scott Key. And tonight, the next generation of the Key family is with us. Thank you very much. Please. Thank you. Major Kyle Key has spent 23 years in the U.S. Army, highly respected, and this evening he proudly salutes the old flag that was made by the Belgian woman so beautifully, and who knew that America means hope and freedom. Congratulations, and thank you for being here very much. And in conclusion, from a declaration in Philadelphia to victory at Yorktown, from the bustling factories of the heartland to the towering snow-capped summits of Alaska, from the endless frontier of the open Wild West to the magnificent sand dunes at Kitty Hawk, from the glimmering skyline of Manhattan to the far side of the moon, we just saw that, and from the now safe and beautiful capital of Washington. Think of it, Washington, D.C., our capital. Our capital is now safe, gleaming, and beautiful again. It's safe again. Went from a very unsafe place 2 years ago to one of the safest cities in the country, and one of the most beautiful, to the gleaming waters of the Gulf of America. There is no challenge Americans cannot overcome. There is no place we cannot go. There is no goal we cannot reach, and there is nothing that Americans cannot do, and we're proving that right now. Our stock market is the strongest it's ever been. We have $19.2 trillion being invested in our country, which is 6 times more than ever happened before. We're building more factories in the United States than ever before. Everyone's 401ks are at the highest number they've ever been. And more people are working today in the United States than any time in the history of our country. But in this country, we can achieve the wildest and most impossible dreams, and no dream in history is bigger or more incredible than the one that started on July 4th, 1776. The war for independence was launched by Minutemen, farmers, blacksmiths, tradesmen, who took up their muskets against the mightiest army on earth, the most powerful army, an unbeatable army, until they met us. No one made them do it. They fought because they knew that a free people must have a free country. Over 250 years, the mighty nations and terrible tyrants, they came and they went. But after they came and they went. But after 2.5 centuries, this American republic still stands tall and strong, and we love each other. That showed tonight. You heard it was over, and what happened? You came back. And this American flag still waves proud and free and beautiful. We have thrived and flourished because our founders were great. Our cause was just, our people are brave, our culture is exceptional, and our destiny is written by God. And as we can see here tonight, after 250 years, the spirit of 1776 still lives within us all. It still roars in the hearts of our nation's capital. It still burns in the heart of every patriot, thunders through every city and town, and it still lights the entire world with the glow of American liberty, and there is nothing like that. At 250 years old, we may be the oldest constitutional republic on earth, but our country is just getting started because the best is yet to come. This is only the dawn of the golden age of America, and on this 250th 4th of July, we declare, just as they did 2.5 centuries ago, that for our country and for our children and for the cause of liberty, we are going to take our country to new levels, to levels not reached. We're going to make it bigger, better, stronger, and we're going to love it even more. And I just want to thank you, and the inconvenience of lightning can do that, but lightning will never stop you. And I want to thank everybody, and we love you all, and it's an honor to be your president. Thank you. God bless you all. God bless you all. Thank you. We have a great fireworks display tonight, and I'm going to be watching it with you. It's going to start very quickly, so thank you very much. You're going to really like this. Thank you very much, everybody.
join us in singing the national anthem.
drink it hot. Bring it to make it hot. She that dreams of running away. She cries in the night and Tommy whispers, baby, it's okay. She says we gotta hold on to
Come on, America! Happy 4th of July! Well, young man, there's no need to feel down. I said, young man, pick yourself off the ground. I said, young man, 'cause you're in a new town. There's no need to be unhappy. Young man, there's a place you can go. I said, young man, when you're short on the door, you can stay there, and I'm sure you will find any way to have a good time. Sing it! It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for your men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. You can get yourself clean. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever you feel. Well, young man, are you listening to me? I say, young man, what do you want to be? I say, young man, you can make real your dreams, but you've got to know this one thing. No man does it all by himself. I said, young man, put your pride on the shelf and just go there to the YMCA. I'm sure they can help you today. I'm gonna stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for your men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They can get yourself clean. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever you feel. Well, young man, I was once in your shoes. I said I was down and out with the blues. I thought, no man, hit if I were alive. I thought, was so jive. That's when someone came up to me and said, young man, take a walk up the street. There's a place that it doesn't bring you down. Go crazy. Reach the higher floor.
If you don't like the world you're living in, take a look around you. At least you got friends to see a homo lady. Friendly word. She picked up the phone, dropped it on the floor. That's all I heard.
recognize when we see Old Glory flying. There's a lot of men dead, so we can sleep at peace tonight when we lay down our head. My daddy served in the army where he lost his right eye, but he flew a flag out in our yard till the day that he died. He wanted my brother, my sister and me to grow up and live happy in the land of the free. Now this nation that I love is falling under attack. A mighty sucker punch came flying in from somewhere in the back. So as we could see clearly through our big black eye, man, we lit up your world like the 4th of July. Hey, Uncle Sam, put your name at the top of his list, and the Statue of Liberty started shaking her fist, and the eagle will fly, and it's gonna be hell when you hear Mother Freedom style ringing her bell, and it'll feel like the whole wide world is raining down on you. All brought to your courtesy of the red, white, and blue. Well, justice will be served and the battle will rage. This big dog will bite when you rattle his cage. You'll be sorry that you mess with the U.S. of A. 'Cause we'll put a boot in your ass. It's the American way. Hey, Uncle Sam, put your name at the top of his list, and the Statue of Liberty started shaking her fist, and the eagle will fly, and it's gonna be hell till you hear Mother Freedom style ringing her bell, and it feel like the whole wide world is raining down on you. Oh,
Jesus. Yeah, ladies, come on. I got the plane at LAX with my dream in my cardigan. Welcome to the land of fame excess. Am I gonna fit in? Jumped in the cab, here I am for the first time. Look to my right and I see the Hollywood sign. This is all so crazy. Everybody seems so famous. Time is turning and I'm feeling kind of homesick. Too much pressure and I'm nervous. Cause when the taxi man turns on the radio and a Jay-Z song was on. And a Jay-Z song was on. And a Jay-Z song was on. So I put my hands up, playing my song. The butterflies fly away. Nodding my head like yeah. Moving my hips like yeah. Got my hands up, playing my song. You know I'm gonna be okay. Get to the club in my taxi cab. Everybody's looking at me now. Who's that chick that's rocking hips? Gotta be from out of town. So hard when my girl's not around me. It's definitely not a Nashville party. Cause all I see is the letters. I guess I never got the memo. My tummy's turning and I'm feeling kinda homesick. Too much pressure and I'm nervous. It's when the DJ dropped my favorite tune and the Britney song is on. Britney song was on. And a Britney song was on. So I put my hands up, playing my song. The butterflies fly away.
Thank you for attending Salute to America. The event is now concluded. Please calmly and cautiously exit the event site and have a great night. God bless America.
Enjoy more of our videos on the Community Advocate Network channel, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you would like to advertise your service, special announcement, or event, you may contact us at the Community Advocate Network at gmail.com. For community resources and services, exclusive articles, and video content, join our private community on Patreon. Link is in the bio.